Right. Alrighty, let's get to work. Okay. My name is Edward18. I am going to be working on today's comic page of my comics, which is page 53 of of Heroes and Legends, the 14th comic in the Dreamscape series. Okay, let's put this link out for people to be notified. Okay, we got that put up there. Let's go over here. Bum bum bum. Alright, there we go, that should be good. Now we head back over and I guess we get started here. Hello Handgun, how are you doing today? Just starting up working on the latest page. Page 53. Comic 14. How are you doing today? Anything going on? I got lots of things here to take care of, house-wise or whatever, but that is all stuff I'm going to handle afterwards, because it is raining and pouring right now, and I'm just working on this. As you can see, it is, right before the final match is about to start. I hope the music isn't too loud. If it is, be sure to let me know. I readjusted some volume controls and stuff, so I don't know how it is right now. But yeah, we just got everyone waiting and anticipating the final match between Doko and the Claw. And let's lower the translucency, put the background in, get rid of this, and we should be okay to go. Oh, well. I guess, must be a storm thing going through the country. I'm sure it's a lot colder of rain up where you are. Right now, we've got a piece of music from the old, I guess, online indie game I Am Bonesaw. I have never played it. Kind of wanted to before, but it is, I don't even know where I would go about getting it, because it's like, I saw it years ago, like, I think in 2007 or something. It was like an early Let's Play someone did of it. And I'm sure it's an obscure game that not much of anyone knows about, but back in those days, pretty much any game got Let's Played. Didn't matter if it was popular or not. Just, here's a game I like, I'm gonna play it. Trying to remember who I saw that played it. I know I have an episode of it saved in a playlist. It might have been Deceased Crab or something. Yum, yum, yum. I have a bacon cheese sandwich thing over here that I made beforehand. Give me energy while I work and stave off the hunger. Yeah, I haven't seen Masasa around lately. She does go through periods of being absent, kind of. We just got Doko here eyeing the claw. Yeah, he's determined not to give up during this match, but he still doesn't quite know the claw, really. Well, hopefully you can get something to eat soon enough. Yeah, I've got an old Pop-Tart from this morning and bacon and cheese on a slice of bread. I was planning to go out to the store tomorrow. That's when I'll take care of some other things. Do have to go. I've only got like about a quarter of the storage unit taken out of storage. So I still gotta do all that stuff. I did move a chair out of there the other day. And this old drum that Mom had, or that Dad had, I forget which one, has Astro Boy painted on it. And Unicron here is just sitting in the chair I brought back, playing his 3DS over there. I guess the Switch has sort of phased out the handheld scene of Nintendo. Not much point in having a handheld thing after that. Just put it all on that and be played anywhere. Preferably, though, I always prefer to play games on the TV. And that's where they look the best. That's what I've always enjoyed the most. Do have a lot of blacks to fill in on this page. It took quite a while making this page to, like, all these crowd scenes and all these people in the stands and stuff. It was like it was probably more like 6 hours of drawing and shading to get everything. And now we're going through the editing process here. Or the real drawing process for the blacks. Yeah, Unicron isn't the most fair gamer. But as long as he wins, that's what matters to him. I have summoned the 3DS for a purpose. And the handheld I played the most was the Game Boy Advance, specifically the Game Boy Advance SP. That was the absolute best version of that system. Had proper lighting for the screen, and the game library for the Game Boy Advance is the best handheld library, in my opinion. Always has been. There's so much diversity to the titles. You had ports of Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo games, and you had new entries in series that were like sequels to the 16-bit era. Like limitation-wise and stuff. You had Metroid Zero Mission and Fusion, you had Minish Cap, the Sonic Advance games. Sonic Advance was basically Sonic 4 with how it was. And then you got the official Sonic 4 years later, and everyone hated it. Although I love Mad Gear Zone, I don't care what anyone says. That's such a catchy place to play through. Did not believe when the Death Egg robot showed up at the end, was terrified of that. Oh yeah, the Castlevania sequels. Speaking of which, let's switch up the music here. Yeah. Yeah. I imagine even with this food here, I am going to probably be hungry by the end of all this. You know, I have never played Symphony of the Night. I always imagined I should play, Dracula X before that, since it is the prequel. I think it's Rondo of Blood. Although when I go into a game series, normally I want to start at the very beginning. But, yeah, sometimes for most people it's just whatever's the most popular title gets played first. And then you have people always asking, well, do I need to start at a certain point in the series? And it's like, if you want to go with the story, then yeah, obviously, you start at the start. But if you just want a good game, then start wherever, because that's how games are supposed to be. Yeah, this music is from Symphony of the Night. I forget if it's in the PS1 version or not, or if it's a Sega Saturn track. I got so much music on the computer. I really wish that the stylus on this program in Windows 10 would work as good as it does in the Windows 7 version of the program. Or just on my Windows 7 computer in general, I guess. Feels more floaty on this Windows 10 computer than on the Windows 7 one. Alucard. Yeah, it was probably a pretty big shock to be playing as Alucard of all characters when Symphony came out. Well, if you like Metroidvanias, the closest you'll get to that in Mega Man is the ZX games. It's essentially a Metroidvania, but played more like a platformer. Yeah. No, I usually like a good Metroidvania. People get into the whole, like, well, this Metroidvania doesn't do things fresh enough. It is, not improving upon the mechanics that came before and blah 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 blah. And it's just, for me, it's like, well, is it good? Yeah, then I'll like it. And I know all the, like, quote-unquote professional reviewers get into the hard analytical side of whatever, and have some standard that they, like, measure things up to, but for me, it's just, I like it, or I don't. That's what being a human is. That's part of why I like Video Game Donkey, he just tells it how it is. At the end of the day, a lot of people, I think, forget that reviews are literally just opinions with a lot of analysis behind it is all. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's like the be-all, end-all of what is and isn't good, because that all just ends up coming down to personal preference and all that stuff. I know there are certainly people that don't agree with my reviews at times, but they want to do their own opinions, they are free to make their reviews themselves. If it's my video, what I say goes. Bum 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 bum. Doko Rapilzo. I do remember in Castlevania later on, there's like a war of like vampire hunters and vampires and stuff that never gets shown. You just hear about it and stuff, and it's always kind of annoying to me when those types of events don't get shown with how big they are, like, as events. Like, Mega Man Zero has the Elf Wars, and you hear all about it, because that's what causes the games to, like, the world to be how it is by the time the games start, but other than, like, a few clips from a flashback, you never really get to see the scope and magnitude of the event. In ways, like, story-wise, that works to, like, build suspense and, like, give this looming, just, sense of dread to things. But at the same time, once you've done everything, it's like, I want to see what that was about, but you never get to, because it's just backstory stuff. Eventually, in my stuff, the war on Earth against the Observers will be shown, but that's because I had adventures planned out of, like, every, era of my timeline. So they all have characters in them. Yum, yum, yum. I am streaming earlier than normal, I think. Oh, and Handgun, I do not know if you ever watched it, or if you saw in the Discord, but, some people have found all of the episodes of the old Johnny Bravo talk show JBVO, and they are in the process of archiving them, as well as a pilot episode that was never broadcasted. That's neat. I'm always, you know how I am, always on the lookout for the preservation of stuff. And boom, 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 boom. Yeah, JBBO was a talk show back in 2000 where you could call in and you'd actually talk to Johnny Bravo and request, like, shows for him to play and stuff. If I remember right, he did have some other cartoons, like, as guests at times. I think it was only about 30 episodes, though, and as far as I remember, they only showed the episodes, like, one time, usually. So unless you recorded it on VHS tapes, you never saw them again. Well, at least this week you got power and stuff. You got the lights on, I assume. Dear Lord, it's taken 20 minutes just to get this far. This is gonna be a horrendous process to go through. That is the price of creation. I have always wanted to, like, figure out how Catherine colors the Earthworm Jim comics that Doug does in modern times. Like, I've seen the process, I have heard it explained, but I can never really wrap my head around it. And it's like, I just want to know the secrets to the creation. I'm always trying to figure things out. Well, ovens always have issues from my experience. Never heat things up as much as you want them to. Of course, I'm sure the government has some secret super oven that they give to all their, like, operatives and stuff that works better than anything the public has. One of the benefits of the government jobs. Right there alongside the tickets to the Area 51 theme park. Got the aliens manning the ticket stands. Yeah, I've gotten probably about halfway or a third of the way through the final fight, like, sketching it out. It's going to be a bit of an intense one at times. There's definitely gonna be blood in it. I got tea and I got grape juice. So many things to go through. Oh, I have, I think, about half, or no, I have over half of, probably have more like 3/5 of Transformers Armada downloaded by this point. The Japanese version, subtitled. The infinitely superior version of that show. There are so many errors in the, like, Japanese first Transformers shows. Like, those shows have errors that I have not seen before in, like, dubs of anime. Like, there's the typical calling the characters the wrong names, and maybe the wrong voice comes out of one character or something. But then you have things like, there's scenes that have incomplete animation in the English version of what was a Japanese show. And it's like, I know that what they're doing is they have deadlines and they want to, like, advertise the show for toys that are on the shelves. So they have the Japanese team send over incomplete animation. But it's like, what the hell kind of... I have never seen that in my life, other than in those shows, when it comes to international versions of shows. Like, if there's incomplete animation, you would expect it to be in the original version, not the overseas version. But, yeah, it's Hasbro, so... it kinda comes with the territory with them. To be fair, it's not that prevalent in Armada, but in Energon it is horrendous at times, the stuff that they do with in regards to that. Like, there is a part I remember in Energon, I think it's Scorponok is tied to this meteor that is headed for a planet, and when it shows the meteor, like, going towards the planet, you can see, like, it's a beta version of the scene, because if you look in the corner, you can see the animation cells, like, notes in the corner of the screen, or the background. Yeah, it's the background painting. It's zoomed out enough that you can see, like, the actual production notes on screen. And it's like, how the hell do you let that get past? It is so cheap. That's some great toys, though. Yeah, Energon is easily the worst sequel in the Transformers franchise. And the internet loves it for that. Watching it when it came out, it was boring as hell, though. They spend, like half the series just traveling endlessly through space to get to Unicron. And it's just so damn dull. That and the 3D animation was absolute garbage. And Beast Wars had it beat like a decade before it came out. But everyone loves to poke fun at Energon. After Beast Wars, or Beast Machines, which is the sequel to Beast Wars, I don't think they really did beast characters that much. Well, no. No, there was the anime right after Robots in Disguise that had a dragon Megatron. But other than that, I don't think it was until, like, Cybertron that they had beast characters as a focus at all again. Yeah, I guess Decepticons in that Robots in Disguise anime back then did turn into animals. Because they had a shark one. I think they might have had a frog one. Yeah, that Robots in Disguise anime is kind of a weird transition period that not as many people know about, but it's one of the animes that technically got dubbed. There's a lot of oddness within the Transformers franchise. I remember people would always, like, compare Gundam and Transformers, but they felt nothing alike to me. The only similarity was they had giant robots, and that was, like, it. They aren't even the same, like, type of giant robots. One's, like, a mech that humans pilot, and the other is, like, living mechanical beings from another planet. Bumbo, bumbo, bum, bum. Bumbo. Well, I'm almost done with my slice of bread here. Just one little tiny corner left. Close this. There we go. Yeah, this page is gonna be just a joy to go through. Might be looking at another 5 hours or something before this gets done. That's what you get for throwing in all the crowd scenes and stuff into this page. Yeah, if you ever watch Dragon Ball Handgun, I would suggest absolutely starting at the beginning, not Z, because that's just like a third of the way through the story. Not sure why people start there when they have access to the beginning. But you might like, if you've liked the tournament here, I imagine you might like some of the 21st and 22nd Tenkaichi Budokais. They are the first and second tournaments in the series. They got some pretty wacky and fun fights at times. Certainly better than the Z tournament. And that was just bleh. Back in the old ones, you got like Bacterian, you had Nam. Ten Shinhan was probably the most intense fight to me. Piccolo Jr. was alright, but it felt more like an epilogue to Piccolo Daimyo's saga to me. Piccolo Jr. is in the final tournament, so there is that. Hello, Daniel. How are you doing today? We are working on page 53 of this comic. Doko and the Claw are getting ready to have the final match. Doko's just eyeing the Claw here. Doesn't quite know what to make of him after everything that's transpired so far. But he is determined not to give up. Will stay in the ring. Try to win no matter what. For the sake of all those fighters that could not beat the Claw. And because Stacy told him he can give up, and he doesn't want to give up. Oh, have you guys got everything moved out of the house yet, Daniel? I'm always in the process of moving things with that storage unit. Yeah, the Dragon Ball is certainly best enjoyed from the beginning, Handgun. Just forget that Saiyans are a thing. Forget that Namekians are a thing. Don't even think about Frieza. None of that stuff had anything to do with the series until, like, a third of the way into it. When the story started, it was just a boy with a tail going on adventures. It's pretty much all it was at the start. Meets an old perverted martial artist that trains him how to fight after him and Bulma run into him. Well, that's pretty much how things start off. Did have training from his grandpa Gohan, but other than that, he hadn't had really any interaction with the outside world other than the animals on the mountain he and his grandpa lived on. I guess Doko is kinda similar. He grew up under the watch of a elderly mentor martial artist guy. Not really martial artist, but he like knows extensively how to fight. He'd qualify as one, but he's more of a wise old man, kind of. Oh, what is Toriyama's best work? Oh, that's, it depends what you like, I guess. He's not exactly the most professional, like, high-quality creator. He's kind of a fun creator, is all. Like, I wouldn't say that Dragon Ball is his best work, but at the same time, there's not many other things to, like, put on that level that he's done. The only other main one, I guess, would be Dr. Slump, which is a comedy series, like pure comedy, which is fun. It's nothing like Dragon Ball, but it's fun. And I prefer the art in Dr. Slump to the later Dragon Ball stuff. Because later on in Dragon Ball, the art just becomes bleh to me. Everyone's just made out of angles. Like, starting starting like halfway through the Namek stuff, everyone just progressively gets more and more angular until by the end they are just made out of angles pretty much, and it's all very lazy looking to me. Yeah, Red Ribbon is probably the one that best shows the actual dragon, like Dragon Ball Earth. Because after they get back from Namek, it just sort of devolves into more normal-looking cities. But I go over all that in my Dragon Ball video, so you can look at that if you want all that information. Oh yeah, Shadow can tell you all about the Dragon Ball stuff. I didn't even realize he was here. Of Toriyama's stuff, I love Dragon Ball up to Piccolo Daimyo. I love Sandland. I like a lot of his singular stories he did that were like in the 80s before he did Dragon Ball, like Dragon Boy and I think Tamponpoon or something. But he did all these, like, little comedic adventure stories before Dragon Ball. Yeah, Shadow has, stayed with the Dragon Ball franchise more... I don't know if I'd say longer, because sometimes I'll stop by and see stuff, but more in depth than I have. Toyotaro, I know, took over as the artist when they started the manga again, like decades after the original ended. Toyotaro did do quite some nice line work. Definitely more fun than a lot of the Dragon Ball stuff had been after the original stuff ended. Well, I hope you get everything moved all right, Valier. Yeah, Yeah, what it's looking like at the moment is, we're on page 53 right here, and with how things are going for what I've sketched up of the final match so far, I'm like halfway through it. This might end up being like 80-something pages, it's looking like. Like, this comic might end up double the length of a normal comic of mine. Which I was not intending that at all. I'm not sure how it's gotten this long. But, I guess it is a big end to this tournament part of the story, so it's, I guess, appropriately length in terms of drama. Yeah, what I love, I liked Sandland a lot of Toriyama's stuff, because it felt like an actual big project of him again. It was like, it felt like doing a new series, but one that didn't go on forever. That and they have that fun tank in it. Like, Toriyama does the best vehicles when he's trying. When he's lazy, they don't look great. But normally, he does pretty awesome looking robots and vehicles. That's why I've always wanted, like, a series about cars or mechs or something from him. And here we got the Claw actually saying something to Doko. He's like, "Are you nervous?" And Doko's like, "Oh, no, sir." Obviously, Doko isn't as at ease as he was during, like, his first match of the tournament. Oh no, I was just wondering if you were going to talk about Disease Ballier. Because I figured that since you were in a Discord that I started, it would not be out of line to mention that, since that was sort of something that I helped on with you. I didn't necessarily expect you to do it, but it felt like it wouldn't be out of place if you did it. It is always nice to see people talking at all in the Discord, though. Just sharing and chatting. We've gotten a few more members over the last week or week and a half, but still not at that 500 bajillion mark level of people being members or whatever. And that is the last of my bacon cheese on bread. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Yeah. Yeah, so far, I think pretty much everyone in the Discord is someone that I have personally interacted with at some point. Let's see, what other music do I got on here? And this has been going on for a while. Body Harvest. Let's do some Crash Bandicoot. Oh, I wouldn't say that everyone's more knowledgeable than you about Dragon Ball Ballier. It's, I think a lot of the people just know it from, like, passing and stuff. Shadow knows a lot about it, because he's been a fan forever. I know a lot about it, because I grew up with it. Yeah, this was always one of my favorite Crash Bandicoot tracks. Crash Bandicoot 2 was usually what I'd consider my favorite Crash Bandicoot. Like, I like 3, and it's technically better. It's technically, like, the scope of it is massive, and has all the enhancement abilities and stuff, but, there's something about 2 that just usually makes me come back to it more. And Shadow, if you ever want to know more about Dragon Ball, the absolute best channel I have ever found about Dragon Ball information is Mr. Fusion's Dragon Ball Dissection series. I started watching that back when he, I think when he was doing the Pilaf saga. It was like towards the beginning of his series of that, and there were two things called Dragon Ball Dissection back then. It was him, and there was another channel that was doing something called Dragon Ball Dissection. But I think that one only lasted for like an episode or so. Mr. Fusion quickly became the only Dragon Ball Dissection. And he goes over, like, literally everything. The production, what goes on behind the scenes during every year of the franchise. All of that stuff. He pronounces things like more like how the pronunciations would be of how it would be if they were more properly translated sometimes and stuff like that. He's been doing the series for about, like, I think around 10, 11 years now. I guess either as long or longer than I've been doing my comic. Because the Doko's comics here are like 12 years old now. And hopefully Doko's comics will go on for another 120 years. However long it takes to complete the story. Then we move on to the other eras of the timeline. Well, you see, back in the 2010s, this guy called Edward started this series, and he's preserved himself with artificial body parts to see it through to the end. I've been watching ever since I was a zygote myself. Back then you had smartphones that you tapped on. We paid for Uber on them, as was the style at the time. Now, Mr. Fusion, he does quite a bit of work to do his videos. Quite a bit of research and quite a bit of production to get the videos done, it seems. He finally finished up the Buu saga, like, last year, and now he's on to Dragon Ball GT. Well, if that's the sacrifice I have to make to get my stuff finished, yeah, I'll live those inhuman amount of years to see it through. It is what I will leave in this realm of reality, after all, after my bones have decayed and withered. And my comics and stories and adventures are what will outlast me, so I would prefer to see them completed if possible. And preferably under my watch. to make sure it gets done correctly. It depends what the chips do to my brain. The brain itself is a lot of mostly electrical currents that run through it and stuff. They are making advancements all the time with, I do know that recently, within like the last year or so, there was some procedure that happened that was able to restore memories to someone whose brain was getting worse. Yeah, the brain is essentially... Our bodies are essentially just organic mechs that our brains are the pilots of, all. But at the same time, it's, I am not beyond, like, if a copy of me is what is necessary to ensure the completion of the works, I do trust a copy of me to do it. So, it could be seen as that for, like, the brain chip thing, if you think of it as a copy. Or it could be just your soul goes along with it, and you just stay the same person. Yeah, well, Bowyer, personally, I just make disease like your own universe's stuff. Because it's like a whole character you went through the trouble of making and everything. So for me, I just end up morphing it into its own story. Bobo. Yeah, the whole copy of someone, like, them not being preserved and it not being, like, real immortality is sort of the reason that Spencer's plans never work out in Resident Evil. He desires the immortality for himself, and that never gets to that point, because the attempts he makes with, like, the G virus, since it was never finished, would have ended up just growing a new creature out of him that's based on him. And he was killed before he could ever see that goal of his through to the end. Well, that's what happens when you invite Wesker over. Yeah, we do have some characters that live an absurdly long amount of time in my stuff. There is a character that is technically immortal, but they have not been shown yet. And, there's the old Sage and Sake are like, I think 500 or 600 years old by the time the comics start. Or, yeah, the old Sage and Sake. Mech, Tesley, and Doko are like in their late teens, early 20s. Really, I just always viewed their age as whatever age they need to be for the story to work. I never really had their ages as like a concern to me. I'm sure as it goes on, though, the ages will become more solidified over time. Welcome back, Shadow. We're just going over the plans of immortality of Spencer and Resident Evil, and then immortality in the characters of the comics here. There's one character that is immortal, but they haven't been introduced or, well, shown. Well, they've been shown, but like, as a character, they have not shown up yet. And, you do have the old Sage and Sake that are like 500 or 600 years old by the time the comics start. But their lifespans, they have a point where they will eventually die. But it's not like how a real life lifespan works. Let's see, what else do we have for music? Oh, that's somber. I guess we'll do this for the moment. Oh, well, that sounds like a nice, reworking of the Origin Daniel. Well, this, music track, the music tracks I was flipping through, and the one I'm on now, come from Body Harvest, which was a Nintendo 64 game that not many people played. Because it's technically not great, but I love it. I first played it at a friend's house here in Ohio when I was little, had no idea what it was, so for years I looked for the game, not having a clue what to look up, and eventually I stumbled across footage of it again and eventually bought it. Got stuck because it is very unfair at parts, and left it alone for years after that, and then years later came back through it, and finally stayed with it enough to force myself to beat it. I love it, but it is... Don't ever go in the water, you will die. I don't know why they give you the ability to, like, swim, since it's pretty much useless. But it's a great game, like, concept-wise. It's pretty much all this sci-fi stuff slapped together. There's, it's about time travel. These, alien bugs have been feeding on humanity once every however many years their comet goes by Earth. It starts out and humanity's just this one space station that's left. You get sent back through time with your time machine vehicle thing and an assistant. And you just keep going over each year that the aliens came to eat and fight them back and bit by bit change history. It's got all sorts of stuff in it. It's got the ruins of Atlantis that you discover. It has an evil clone of you. There's zombies in Siberia. There's Area 51 in America that you get a flying saucer from with the help of an alien to fight the alien bugs. It's crazy, and it's awesome. It's essentially a prototype, like gameplay-wise, it's a prototype of Grand Theft Auto, because it's what they made before Grand Theft Auto. But it is incredible. I have always wished there'd be a remake of it. I've thought about doing a Let's Play on it, but, yeah, I don't have the equipment to do that with at the moment. Or at least the know-how. Yeah, that's probably part of why I like the thing so much. It is of the craziness that I would delve into. Oh, well, that's a nice little fanfic idea, Bowyer. You would be the first to do a Dreamscape fanfic. We have had a few people do fan art of Dreamscape, though. Masasa is... I can't remember if Masasa's the first one to do Dreamscape fan art, but she is the one that's done it the most. Oh, well, you can just use Egypt if you want, Daniel. It's, Egypt does exist in Dreamscape, it's just... no one... like, it's probably underwater at this point. But I'm sure you mean more that you want to use a land-based location that has ancient ruins and hieroglyphs and stuff like that. Oh my god, all these people that I need to color in. Oh boy. This is gonna be a long day. Yeah, sadly no one's ever extended the music tracks for Body Harvest, so they're all on like these few minute long loops. Huh. Yeah, here's one of the ones that I remember being played a lot in the game. And whenever you enter the house, they'd have like 4 different tracks that would play. Like, I think it was randomized, but this one got played like the most. And whenever you went into a house, it went into like this fixed camera angle view instead of the third-person Grand Theft Auto type view. And I think that's because during development, Body Harvest had such a weird development history. It went on for years and almost didn't happen at all in the end. But it like went through different genres even, and at one point it was like going to be an RPG, and fixed camera inside house type environments were a leftover that they reworked from the some of the older phases of the project, so it like looks and feels completely different from the outside world of the game. Oh yeah. No, I figured that was probably what you meant, Valier. Yeah, this Body Harvest and Centipede for like the PlayStation 1 and Windows was what I played the most over that friend's house. Two giant bug games. That and they had Clay Fighter. I think it was the Sculptor's Cut version of it. Which I always loved playing Clay Fighter 63 1/3, but Sculptor's Cut was the one I wanted. It it had more characters in it, and it had some things that weren't as good as 63 1/3, but it was like a special edition of 63 1/3 because it had so much more stuff in it, and like it was 63 1/3 but usually better. Just more characters, more content, more locations, but you could only get it at Blockbuster. It was only for renting. You could not buy it officially. So it was like super rare afterwards. I've never owned it. Do have 63 1/3 though. They were going to release I think a PSP version of Clay Fighter 63 1/3, and they had the files for a character that didn't make it into the final version of 63 1/3 or Sculptor's Cut, which is Hobo Cop. And they put him back into it and stuff, but that version never came out. So the only way you can play as Hobo Cop is if you like have a ROM hack of 63 1/3. I think Hobo Cop made a cameo in like the credits or something of, I think it was Sculptor's Cut, because I remember Lockjaw. He makes an appearance in 63 1/3 after the credits as no animals were harmed in the making of this game, and it shows like T. Hoppy strangling Lockjaw, and he ended up getting put into Sculptor's Cut after that. I think 63 1/3 was just a game that they did not complete in time or something, and so they came out with that Sculptor's Cut edition later to like put everything into it. I just always loved getting to play as Dr. Kiln. He was crazy. The only game to have both Earthworm Jim and Booger Man in it. Which, due to their legacies, they are rivals in that game. Meteor struck one fateful day, turned my built features into clay. Heroes bent on doing right and villains all up for the fight. Play fighter, da 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 da. Play fighter, pounding clay is all the rage. Yeah, there's a little theme song they put into Sculptor's Cut that goes over, like, the events of the original 2 games. Because Dr. Kiln is mentioned in the second game, but he doesn't appear until 63 1/3. He's essentially the big bad guy behind the scenes until the final game. If anyone cared about the story at all. Yes, the in-depth lore of Clay Fighter, the bootleg Street Fighter. There is some impressive amount of, like, lore that goes into games that you would not think would have the effort put into them at times. Not that Clay Fighter's necessarily one of those titles, but it does have a story at the least. Then you got Metal Gear, which just goes overboard with everything, and then later on retroactively shoves other stuff in where it doesn't belong in the timeline. Or where it hurts the story more than helps it. And Kojima will always use the excuse of, well, history repeats itself, which is just a lazy way of saying, I'm gonna do the same thing all over again, over and over and over. That's all that ever comes off as to me whenever, like, people use that as their reasoning for why things happen again. It's like history, it rhymes. Oh, well, that would be a nice little endeavor to both honor her ancestor and make some money value. She and Mech do love money, and she does care about history. Yeah, Tesley's dad or parents ended up going missing looking for the Timeland of the Skies. We haven't gotten to that point in the story yet, but that is the reasoning behind why her parents aren't around. Yeah, you have the advantage of talking to the creators, so you have proper insight on the backstory to the world that the comics take place in Valier. I guess it's kind of like how Greg Farshty would, like, answer questions that fans had at Bionicle. If you go back even further, there were the Stan Lee answering fan letters in the magazine and stuff, like, at the end of each comic. But he did not have the extensive history of the world thought out or anything. Not that in-depth. Yeah, people used to... I have a lot of those letters in the backs of those comics in the omnibuses that I have of, like, Spider-Man and Captain America. There were a lot of people that wanted a sidekick for Spider-Man, that were always going on about how, oh, he needs a sidekick, or you need to, like, get him to settle down with Betty Brant, and all that stuff. Let us go back to Bonesaw. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Miles wasn't exactly thought up back then, at least. Yeah, if I were doing Spider-Man, I'd have it, where it's just Peter at first. Then eventually Gwen becomes Ghost Spider. And then, towards the end, Miles becomes the newer Spider Kid that they're sort of mentoring when he's doing stuff at times. I haven't even gotten on to Doko and the Claw in this panel. It's just been spending all this time doing the audience back here. When these comics eventually get published, there better be people that get these with all the work I put into them. This little part right here in the song sort of sounds like a gym thing, how it starts. Earthworm Jim. Let's see here. What do I want to play? Yeah, we'll go Lenoa. Oh, so this is if you were putting disease in my world, then. Okay. Oh, just so you know, disease, if I were doing it in my stuff, would not be anywhere near as tough as a Dragon Ball version of the character. Oh, that is a bit loud there. Yeah, it's been some years since I played Klonoa, but I do love it. Yeah, there's something to be said about all the forgotten mascots of gaming. It's kinda sad that there isn't as much in the way of, like, mascot, like, humanoid animal characters anymore in gaming. They used to be so prevalent and fun. But that is how the times are. Eventually people will get bored enough that there'll be a more prominent resurgence of them. That's how it goes. Everything goes in a cycle, Eddie. 10 years, we'll be back in style. I forget if Ed and Eddie were ever on JBVO. Certainly weren't on any episode I ever saw. Although I usually didn't see episodes of JBVO. Every once in a while I would see it come on, and I'd see it in passing, but didn't usually stick around for a whole episode. Oh, pretty mama. This is John Bravo, coming to you live. Yeah, I'm assuming that given Egyptian customs, diseases' organs would be in the jars that are found. No. Alright, I have this bit of a Pop-Tart left over here. Come on, can I please get to coloring in Doko and the Claw yet? Spent the last what feels like half hour coloring the audience here. Got a big dragon giraffe neck guy over here. I throw those in sometimes, just sort of variety for the audience members. Just, here's an animal person, here's a human-looking person, here's a robot person, another animal person, and yeah, they're all the same height, so how about I do a long neck character here? Just to break up the monotony of the sizes. Oh, and Unicron says hi to everybody. He's watching from over on the chair to the side. I was watching the Jobby the Hong review yesterday of the pumpkin version of Unicron. I don't know, I quite like the original coloring of the figure myself. The anime-accurate color one is nice, but I think the original figure's pretty good too. Yeah, Unicron's put down his 3DS at this point, he's just relaxing over there. I have summoned this Ottoman for a purpose. Boy. Don't worry, Doko, we'll get to you. Just give it a few more minutes. Hopefully. Then some other audience member that I don't see somehow pops up that I have to fill in. At least I didn't draw all the villains watching from their base right now. They show up in a later page, though. They are eagerly waiting to see Doko get the crap beat out of him. Bum, bum. There used to be a website I'd go to, VG Music. I would download or listen to all sorts of remixes in the early 2000s on that site. After a while, I don't think it's compatible with modern computers, because the last times I've tried to get music from it, I've not been able to. And it's a shame to me, because I always loved some of the remixes on there. I was surprised they actually had remixes of a couple of Body Harvest tracks on there. I did not think anyone remembered that game well enough to do a remix of that. There was also this, like, version of Breakout on it that had really awesome music, but I've never been able to find the music ever again. Or that version of Breakout. I think it was called Jimond, like J-I-A-M-O-N-D. It was one of those, like, pop-up Flash games. The early 2000s, the Wild West of the internet. When you'd surf alongside the pirates. And... don't do that. Come over here. There you go. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty steady beat. This comes from arguably my favorite Frogger game ever, which most people call Frogger He's Back on the PlayStation 1, or computers, whichever you feel like playing it on. Yeah, it was a nice resurgence of some arcade titles back then. Arcade games are... I don't understand why they're not as, like, prevalent now, the, like, series and stuff that started back then. Because, like, I would... if I had the systems, I would pay good money for a good Centipede. A good new, Joust, maybe. A better Mario Bros. That'll never happen because Nintendo wants to keep it how it is. Preserve the nostalgia factor of the garbage graphics and all that. Best you ever get of the Mario Bros. Game is the Game Boy Advance versions of it, where it's like packaged in with big Mario titles like Mario World and stuff. And can link up to other Game Boy Advances to play against your friends in. And sadly, that's the best you ever get of the graphics, which does look nice, but I would prefer to keep improving the visuals. Well, yes, I would consider 8-bit typically to look like garbage. I did back when they were coming out. I certainly do still. The art style is amazing. The actual graphics that they have to portray it with those limitations was always horrible looking. But the art's good. And preferably it just be you improve the graphics but keep the art the same. That's what I always aim to do when I'm doing remake materials. That's part of why I don't care as much for the what was it? That Zelda remake that came out with the Windfish? Zelda's... Not Zelda's Adventure, is it? Either way, it looks nice, technically, but I would prefer to have the art looking more like how the illustrations for that game were in the original game. Like, obviously, I'm glad that it doesn't look as limited as it had to be in the old one, but at the same time, I didn't really get what I wanted with the visuals in the remake. It's cute, and it's fine, but I would have done it different. Yeah. Oh, we are finally on to the actual characters here. And then I got all these crowd scenes to do. Oh my lord, I am going to die here. Yeah, I need to look through that, TuneTuber thing again to try and see how to do, like, make a TuneTuber model, actually. What I imagine it is, and what I think I remember it being, that, it's basically just a bunch of pictures that the program flips through and stuff. So it's just a bunch of drawings that I'd need to do. Then I need to figure out how to get it linked up into OBS or whatever. And I gotta have time to actually make the pictures, which would mean not having to do the storage unit as much and dealing with the house, mom, family stuff in the aftermath of everything that's going on. We'll get this comic page done today. Hopefully no disconnects happen. That was odd, the disconnect that happened last time. That was I've only had like 3 disconnects in total ever since hooking the modem directly up to the computer. But still haven't seen the new Mario Bros. Movie. Though I don't really see many things. I'm always working on stuff. Work, work, work. Work till you die. 'Cause there's plenty more fish in the sea to fry. I forget, I think, trying to remember what song that comes from. Work, 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 work till you die. Going underground, underground. Dun, 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 dun. For tomorrow, oh, ba da da ba, oh, ba da da ba. Dun, 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 till your head explodes. This boy shouts while this boy screams. Going underground, underground, underground. I know their songs, I just can't think of their name right now. It's not the Jam, not the Yardbirds. Huh. Definitely not the Moody Blues. Oh well, it'll come to me later. It's some English band from the 60s or 70s, I think. And hello, Doko, how are you doing? I'm finally at you. Technically, I'm at the King's Shadow symbol between you and the claw, though. Take me a few more seconds to get to you. No, wait. Wait, that was the Jam. I remember now, that song, Going Underground, that is the Jam. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And my parents played a lot of English rock kind of music when I was growing up. But for our music, I'm going to switch to something else. Oh, wow. Here we can have a little fun with this one. Everyone's favorite town. You know, when I played Red and Blue originally, I never found Lavender Town scary. It was just kinda strange to me. It was too primitive to really be scary at all. And I do love the, going back to it in... Well, I like going back to all of Kanto and Gold and Silver. That was always one of the coolest things about those games. It felt like actual sequels to me, instead of just, here's another Pokemon game. It was like it was actually continuing on from Red and Blue. Of course, you don't know that until you get later into the story. But it was still pretty awesome. A Bobo. Yes, someday I'll have all my projects made and they'll all finally be out there. Or all of my projects will end up completely unfinished, and everybody that sees them will just be questioning what happens at the end when they get to where I inevitably end up stopping and being unable to continue. I do need to put more effort into finding a new job, though. That'll sadly take away from the production of all this stuff. That is the most sickening thing to me, is not being able to work on what I'm supposed to be working on. Having to waste it on other meaningless garbage just to make money. Well, Doko's not gonna die here at the least. Let's, he isn't going up against Krekalank, who... the only one with actual murderous intent in the tournament. If I end up not being able to finish the comics, though, you probably won't get to see Doko die or anything. You just leave off on some random adventure and never get a follow-up to what's going on. Yeah, I do have an ending planned. Originally, I had the first main 3 adventures planned out in high school, and if we get past that point, I do have an ending that I can put onto most of the stories afterwards. But I prefer to get the actual, like, other stories that I have planned done before it gets to that ending, so that it's, like, the most satisfying that the ending can be. I just don't want the series to ever get too boring or anything. Yeah, pretty much all day yesterday was just spent drawing and shading this page. Think about six-ish hours. Then I got some sleep, got woken up by Mom, and got back to doing this on the computer here. Then once I get off, I gotta do some things again for house family things stuff, grandma aftermath stuff, and that'll probably take up the rest of the day. Here Doko is admitting that it may be a bit overwhelming thinking about it like being the final match, and he's made it to it and everything. the Claw is going to be saying about how we both deserve to be here, because we have gotten this far and stuff. I finally done coloring those guys. Well, on to more guys. Oh wait, I also watched some Radical Soda before starting the stream up. So I did get something watched today. This is just Grand Metropolis. Yeah, I would like to be able to set up streaming the, like, drawing process of all this, but, like, the physical process, because that's where the real fun happens. Like, art-wise. I don't know if I'd be able to provide as great of commentary for that portion. But creation-wise, it is more interesting to see that part. I keep looking at the YouTube video portion of the channel, and it is a bit odd seeing, like, all of, like, I've been doing all these streams and stuff, but it's saying that, like, I haven't uploaded a video in 5 or 6 months. And it just feels odd, because, like, I know that I have been doing stuff on YouTube, but since it's live, it doesn't count as the video part of YouTube, it counts as the live part of it. So it's just kind of odd not seeing that reflected when I go to the video parts of my channel. I was thinking the other day, after doing those Transformer doodles, I could probably make a figure of that version of Primus that I do. I just need, like, a 3D printer and a lot of, like, make a model sheet of it and stuff. I could technically do that with the characters of the comic, just, like, make mass-produced figures of Doko and his friends from, like, sheets that I draw. Doko's for everybody. Yeah, that would have to be a perk or a Patreon reward. Oh, I have never done 3D stuff. That is still solely my brother's territory. My brother and my dad was a 3D animator, and my brother deals with 3D stuff when he's making things sometimes. He works in Blender. I imagine Blender would not be hard to figure out. 3D feels sorta like working with clay. Oh, well, my dad worked on, like, commercials and, music videos and stuff. If you, I remember there was a McDonald's commercial where he worked on some of the animation for these, like, Tinker Tot kind of toy. Like, they were, like, living robot things that bounced on the screen and interacted with Ronald McDonald and the kids in the commercial. And, there's a music video, Los Angeles is Burning, by the Bad Religion. He like, I think was a director on that music video, and worked on the effects and stuff with the team of people. And, yeah, it's on YouTube if you ever want to look that up. And me and my brother tore up pieces of paper that they used in the music video. And then my mom was a art teacher for younger kids. Did a lot of Montessori. Yeah, the art is in the blood in the family. I've never been able to find that McDonald's ad that he worked on, but I have looked for years. I know if I could get his demo tape, a part of it is on that. And I know he's uploaded that to Facebook, but I'm not sure. I'm sure I can find it there. Yeah, he worked at a few different animation companies before he sorta faded off. He's sorta retired now. Worked in factories for about half a decade afterwards. I'll probably include some things about the family legacy or what have you in my eventual autobiography, along with whatever tidbits I keep secret about myself from my family. Oh, I'm sure he was absolutely at, like, Pixar DreamWorks level. He never worked on a show or movie, well, on an animated movie or anything, though. Oh boy. This is a lot of characters. Why do I torture myself? Yeah, you also have to remember, he was a 3D animator back during, like, the 90s and early 2000s. It was the earlier days of the medium. Not the early days, but the earlier days. Alright, the characters behind them in the stands. There are like 3 characters in the stands behind like Mech, Tesley, Kala, and Bloodsuckle that I always try to keep track of what they look like because they appear more often than other audience members would, simply because they're sitting around the characters. So I try to keep their looks more or less consistent with their prior appearances. I think you only really get a good look at 2 of them when Kala is first flying Mech and Tesley into the stands at the end of the comic before the previous one, Fightful Horizons. And then Kala is all eager to welcome Mech back, which Tesley is not too happy about. Yeah, Kala is just always looking for a good time with anybody. I also have Bloodsuckle. He has these sunglasses when they first like show up, because he's a vampire, and so when the tournament first starts, the sun is still out, so they're down over his eyes. But since the sun isn't out anymore, they're up on top of his head now. Bloodsuckle's dad is part of the vampire elite. Their family is one of the more prestigious ones. His dad does not care for other Earthlings. He's part of the vampire superiority mentality. Bloodsuckle himself doesn't care, though. He's always been friends with Kala, who is not a vampire. Yeah, there's a lot of vampires in the world of the comics that are very much against the notion of other Earthlings being equal to vampires. The Vampire Queen is okay with everybody, but a lot of the more refined vampires do not care for the other inhabitants of Earth. They all had to work together, though, during the war back in our time period. Otherwise, everybody on Earth would have been wiped out. So they've cooperated before, but not normally. Prior to the war, they were more of a hidden type of race that sorta blended in with humans, and only it was more like how it is in real life, where people will claim there are things, but there's no evidence of them. But once the war got started, it just flipped everything over, and purely about survival of everybody at that point. Vampires, mummies, cryptids, whatever. The observers end up, like, restraining and subduing and enslaving Mothman. And things like Bigfoot and the Chupacabra and stuff are, like, trying to work together to survive until they give in and decide it's better to just reveal themselves to humans to hopefully the Earthlings of the, like, inhabitants of Earth won't react too negatively to them, is the idea. At that point, though, it doesn't really matter, because whether or not, whatever the reaction, everyone will just die anyway if they don't work together. But the prejudice that higher-up vampires have still persists into the comic time period. There are laws in place that the Vampire Queen has put in place for trying to mitigate the prejudice at times. Vampires are not allowed to drink the blood of normal, like, of other Earthlings and stuff, and there's synthetic blood vending machines and all that. They also have a fat comic nerd that is like the advisor to the Queen, because he had a friend back in our time period that it turned out was a vampire. He didn't know that, but it was like a regular customer. And when the war happened, he ended up, like, getting rescued by that guy and sort of brought into the vampire stuff during the commotion. And he eventually took part, like, because he's like a big nerd and everything, he got into the whole magic aspect and ended up figuring out, like, potions and stuff that's allowed him to survive for centuries afterwards. And he's still an advisor to the Queen, just this fat comic nerd guy that dresses in, like, robes and everything. Yeah, vampires live for quite a number of centuries in my stuff normally. They're probably not completely immortal, but they are long-lasting. Like, Bloodsuckle, despite looking that young, is probably older than Kala, but at the same time, Kala knows all sorts of magic, so she could probably be, like, really old also and just have made her body stay youthful through magic. Her age has never, like, really been solidified or anything. She did train in magic under another, like, warlock or something, but that was years and years back. She's mostly an outcast of the part of Hanprint Island that she lives on, because she was sort of just a mischief maker with her magic and always looking for a fun time. And so by the point when Doko and his friends wander into Link Forest, where she is, the populace of that area thinks of her more as this mysterious magic witch that is sort of to be feared, because they don't really know her by that point. They just know she's a witch that lives out in the woods, and that causes all sorts of bad stuff to happen in the woods. What they don't know is that's just her having fun, is all. Yeah, sometimes you get big little lore portions when you tune into the streams. Big little. Chicken little. I should probably switch the music in a second. Oh, not bad. Here we go. I think this music will do. For now. And one of the only times you see Mech nervous being pulled around by two girls. Normally, he is all over that type of material. Not when Tesley gives him that look. Yeah, Tesley or Mech is probably still pretty open to Kala spending time with him, but that's not exactly what Tesley likes to think about. Kala, of course, is okay with spending time with anybody. Then we just got a mix of all sorts of different types of characters around them in the stands. Some cyborgs, some animal people, some human looking. Alright. Now then. I do have that thing that Bowyer, you were wanting me to make. I should be getting to that in the next day or so. I also have a Patreon picture to make for Shadow here. And that'll probably be within the next week. Assuming the grandma stuff does not take up too much time. Now I can feel the hunger setting in. And oh my god, it has been 2.5 hours. We're not even halfway done with this. Yeah, this is gonna be a long one. Yeah, we gotta get that Tibby pick done. Get you into good graces with them so you can ensure the future partnership. Yeah. Now I am assuming that they have quite a bit of fan art already. But I am always available to make things. I guess that, the Party Crashers guy, Vernius, he seems to love the picture I did, because he keeps putting that, one I did of him and TC Nick into rotation in his streams. I'm sure I'd be super popular if I just did what was like pictures of what's popular at the time, whenever I did my stuff, but I'm never up to date on what is and isn't popular to begin with. How is that? Oh, okay, that's the glove. So that's her hand. Okay. Dragon Ball. Da, 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 da. Dragon Ball. Well, this is a bit of a mechanically Egyptian-y sounding track. It's been years since I heard these pieces. I think these were like the soundtrack for Sonic Extreme. That since the game never came out, never got released. The tracks didn't. Bing, bang, bang, bang. I'll find another. Yeah, one of the best video games ever created. I wonder if other creators put this much work into comics when they do them on webcomics. I know there's creators that will put everything into their into anything they create. I just mean, like, in general, like all the... I was gonna say Sinfest, but that's sort of, by this point, he puts an astounding amount of work into that. Yeah. I just remember a lot of old Sprite comics from back in the early 2000s. C2 plus E3 equals K. Or Cuteness 2 plus Evil 3 equals Kirby. That was the main one that I saw back then. Yeah, I've never really gotten down how to do a digital-only comic. And when I do digital pictures, it generally doesn't have the grit and texture of a physical made picture. I've gotta put in extra work to make it feel like it's emulating that. Yeah, I've got stacks and stacks of paper that are just all the comic pages I've done over the years in my room. Let's see. There's Sinfest. There was, there used to be Jane Naylor, who made, like, this furry comic back when I was in high school. There was, what were they called? I should remember this. It was like these fanboys of like Nintendo and Xbox and the PS3, and one of them was a girl. That was a webcomic. There was VG Cats. There's Pixie Tricks Comics, which did like Menage a Trois and Eerie Cuties. Well, there have been a number of webcomics I've seen over the years. Usually don't stick around with them to the end, though. Get distracted by other series or move on to my own things. Color this guy's eyes black on the outside, pupil be lit up. I think that guy's a robot or a biobot. Which, apparently there are going to be actual biobots now. They are going to be like nanomachines that work on inner parts of the human body. My biobots, though, are essentially just robots, but with souls and personalities and stuff. Check around, see if I got all the areas blackened that need to be blackened. I hear someone talking somewhere. The Lotsa working. This track comes from Within a Deep Forest, one of the early games of Niflis, who does the Knit Stories games. which was an inspiration for one of my video game ideas, Dreamality. But I am getting hungry here. Don't know if I will be able to last the entire duration of working on the plaques here. Yeah, this is what I get for adding so much stuff to one page. But it is the final match that's coming up, so gotta make it a good showing. Okay, I think I have all of those characters colored. Maybe color in these legs for variety's sake. And so I find myself once again thinking about if I could use various different songs that I have on here, and wondering how to go about figuring out which one would not get the video blocked. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, blah, blah. And here you get to see all the fighters up in the Losers Lounge area. Veltzer here, Levicat there, Aquashi there, and Decker looking annoyed right over there. Forever sour about his inability to make it to the finals. I guess you could see him as sort of a rival character in terms of personality, but I rarely think of things in terms of there being rivals and stuff. Just characters is all. Probably... I guess if there's a rivalry, it could be like Mecha and Barbot, but that's more of just a machine that's been designed to kill Barbot that kept appearing. Yeah, originally I had it planned to have like the kanji for the word loser somewhere on the walls of the chamber, but I never found a scene to like really put it in where it'd be noticeable. And then I was thinking about maybe just the kanji for fighter or something. there are kanjis around the comic that people, myself included, that aren't Japanese probably not be able to figure out the meanings of without learning Japanese. When I put kanji in, it's more to make it look nice and cool, and I'll look up what a kanji is for like that specific scene, but generally afterwards I will forget what the kanji means after enough time of not using it. I do remember that the kanji I used for like the restaurant they go to eat at in Fightful Horizons 2 comics ago says buffet in the kanji. But that one's kind of pretty obvious. Boy, boyado. Yeah, yeah, I always put characters in silhouette if they're too far away to see. Which ends up just being more work for me, because I do all these blacks on the computer. When I do the windows and glass, I'll either do the reflections like, or the light reflecting off of it like that, or like that. You always have to have the reflection to really sell that it is like glass that's being looked through. You don't really need a reflection of the characters all the time, but reflection of light helps to portray that there is something in the wall that is like shiny. Yeah, I miss the days of the, what they call the Dreamcast era of Sonic. It's not really a Dreamcast era, though. What was like, Heroes wasn't released on the Dreamcast. Shadow the Hedgehog, which is sort of a technical sequel to Heroes, was not a Dreamcast thing. It's more just them coming up with a name to lump a category of games into. Hunger and tiredness. Yeah, when it comes to rival characters, the only one that felt like an actual rival to me in, like, Dragon Ball was Krillin. Typically not one that focuses on that aspect, I don't think. Not much. Just feels like filling out a stereotype to throw in a rival character at times. There are ones that probably could fill that role for Doko, but at the same time, it is also just characters living their lives and bumping into each other with similar capabilities. For Doko, I guess, one you could see as any sort of rival right now would probably be Rascal Diabolical. He's got, like, the same mental level of Doko, and survives pretty much anything just because he's part of the Team Rocket group of the series. I guess technically there's Robo-Doko from, like, Silicon Equal, but he didn't last. Or, he hasn't shown up again, at least. He could always come back, though, since he is a machine. And Sprite and Rascal were collecting his body parts after that issue was over. Sprite and Rascal have been the ones to probably with the most on-hand experience with the heroes the most. Simply because their adventures tend to line up. No, Sprite and Rascal were kinda just doing their own thing on Hanprint until they spotted Doko again. And then after that, they just kept running into him throughout that first saga. till they got involved in the battle on Gorgok Mountain at the end and decided to take the opportunity to try and destroy Doko. Which didn't work out. It just ended with them in shambles, getting tossed into the ocean. And then Rascal annihilated their own, like, ship that they travel on. And then Kaylee Servo attacked them. It's just a non-stop barrage of bad circumstances for the Diabolic Angels. It's kind of their lot in life. Kaylee Servo will certainly show up again. Yeah, I guess in terms of rivalness, she is a rival to the Diabolic Angels. They have run into her before. Let's see, how many more crowd scenes? Just one more crowd scene, thank God. Okay. I am going to get up and see if I can find something to bring over for a snack. So I will be right back.
And I have returned. I found some old Girl Scout cookies. Ow. So, here we go. This music has been playing forever, so I should probably change it. Let's go with this. Alright. Got some cookies. Oh, shush. We got Unicron over there, making sure I'm getting work done. And back to work. We got a little pterodactyl guy up here in the stands. Trying to see... yeah, that's hair. So we'll go like this. We'll eat another cookie. Yeah. Well, Shadow, have you ever thought of doing a ToonTuber thing yourself? I've always wanted to, I've just never really had the time or know-how to sit down and do it. Oh, well, I hope you get something good out there, Daniel. You're not really missing much, just me mumbling and rambling about stuff and eating cookies occasionally and working. And that's about it. Oh, well, what are you scared of, Shadow? I figured no one would watch my streams, but you guys, for some reason, seem to like them. Yeah, it's experience into new territory, if nothing else. You could become the next Gura out there. Show all the Hololive people how it's done. They'll all be graduating before you know it, and then you'll be the new rising star. Oh well, I am happy that you think that of me. It's not necessarily what I'd think of myself, but I'm happy you see it that way. Which I always view everything I do as sort of garbage as an instinct. But at this point I've come to accept that there are people that do love it, so it has to be good on some level. Oh well, what I like about Miss Conduit Bowyer is the personality. Very emotive. Yeah, once you put that link up, it immediately made me think of, like, Duck Tracy from the Bob Clampett Looney Tunes stuff. And by extension, Dick Tracy. As well as Almost Got Him from Batman the Animated Series. All very evocative of the film noirish type of atmosphere, but to a completely absurd degree. Yeah, once the blot turned into, like, Goofy, I was just thinking, oh, this is Phantom Blot. I know that's not what it is, but that's immediately what I thought due to the Disney appearance there. Hopefully this won't go on forever. Was not thinking it'd take anywhere near this long to do this page when I got started on it yesterday. Actually, I need to check something over here. Okay. Yeah, checking Facebook. There's a message. Hey. Alright. Just checking Facebook, and there was a message on there. Yeah, the people that worked on that Red Eclipse animation do seem to have their roots in quite the superhero-y and cartoony side of things. Yeah. Come on, pull back out. we go. I think that'll do for the volume. As always, if things are too loud or anything, feel free to let me know. I did have someone asking, like, if I could make if I had NFTs or anything earlier today. Nope, I don't. But I will. I am available to make whatever you want for the right price. Yeah, that after that previous stream, the Transformers one, people seem to have just jumped all over that for some reason. The scribbles I did the other day. It was kind of odd to me, because they don't seem that great to me. They're nice, but no, not the best thing ever, I don't think. But as long as people like it. Yeah, for Tibby Shadow, have you, like, talked to them at all? Or have, is this a first showing off type of ordeal? Yeah, put in the nostril here. This was supposed to be a sort of gator guy, but he just turned into sort of a lizardy guy as it went. He's got like the snake underbelly to the throat area and stuff, and too short of a snout for really an alligator or crocodile. Definitely for a crocodile, it's too short. Oh well, hopefully this all goes great then. Yeah, I've had a streamer address a few of things I've said before. I don't know if I've really interacted with them personally, though. Well, you know them lizard folk. They're pretty similar at times. The Lizard in Spider-Man I always liked more with his original short snout as opposed to the longer sharp tooth thing they went with later on. Looks more like a human that became a lizard in the earlier renditions. Which I was surprised they sort of went with that for the Amazing Spider-Man movie. Was not expecting that at all. Although it was really weird to me having Kirk Connors in the original Spider-Man movies, and it's like obviously he's gonna turn into the Lizard at some point, but he never did. And then once they did the first movie of the series after that, they finally did the Lizard, but with a new, like, Kirk Connors, and never got to the original Kirk Connors movie, Lizard. I think this guy here is supposed to be a vampire. The vampires in my stuff generally have, like, elf ears. And then you can see, like, the fang here. Yeah, the vampires tend to have, like, cyan or bluish-green skin, red eyes. When they're pure vampires, when it's, like, someone who's become a vampire, what they are beforehand influences the shade of their, like, skin. Well, there were definitely studio issues with Spider-Man 3. I know Sam Raimi did not like working on that movie. It was originally going to be like Sandman and the Vulture as the main things, but they forced in, like, the studio forced him to do Venom. And all the special features of that movie, he just looks so worn and tired, horrible looking. He obviously did not care with Spider-Man 3, the final product. He was just doing whatever he wanted with what they were insisting he do. Yeah, the end of a video, a stream, is when one would probably, or the beginning of a stream, I guess. If you ever hear me start a stream off with, and this stream is brought to you by today's sponsor, just feel free to click out of the window and unsubscribe, because that is when you know that I starting to pander. Bing bong. Bing dong. We have been invited to partner with Gura and Iron Mouse. They will now be participating in the streams, and we shall have various interviews of little trivia about each of us. Iron Mouse, are you dating Connor yet? No, I hate him, he's horrible, blah blah blah. However, if it's Jobby the Hong, then by all means, save the video. That will obviously be pure gold to listen to. Swivel here. No, Jobby, it's a stylus. But it can swivel. You're gonna damage the tip. But it can swivel. Dun, dun, dun. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum.
Yawn, yawn, yawn. Endless characters. I haven't done this many characters on one page in, maybe all comic. Like all of this current comic. I have thought once or twice about... Usually I don't care at all about the sponsor stuff that people advertise, but sometimes like the Securico in like little gifts, like monthly things of this is this country's food, this month you can get some samples. That's probably been the thing that has been the most appealing to me out of any of the sponsor stuff that I've considered looking into. I do like food, and I do love Asian treats. Yeah, Baksu's been one that has been a bit curious to me. I've never really felt compelled to go after HelloFresh, though. It feels too squeaky clean, generic American in, like, the name and the look of the logo. I'm sure the food is fine, but the presentation looks a lot more sterile than other stuff. Oh, we're on the final panel, thank God. Ugh. Yeah, here's the announcer. Who has, like, no name that I know of, he's just the announcer so far. Hangs out with the Tenkaichi Budokai announcer on the weekends. You get ramen together and discuss the various fighters they've seen in their world. Apparently we're at the last bits of this song too, because it's getting all fancy here. Actually, since I have all these Body Harvest tracks, I can just have them all play in order, okay. I do have a figure of the Dragon Ball announcer, a gashapon of him. Not sure what box it's in, though. Oh, well, that's a nice little idea, Bowyer. You could make a whole series out of that. The more military-sounding attack tracks of Body Harvest sound sort of Jet Force Gemini-esque
to me at times. Yeah, this is all just sort of... I originally wrote the claws talking bits first on this page, and then the announcer, his little comments and stuff to the audience were sort of just thrown in afterwards to show the two conversations going on separate from each other. Or the conversation going on, and then the audience's part in what they're focusing on. Obviously, no one can hear the claw talking other than Doko, who's right next to him. Okay. One last shadow symbol. King Shadow. King Shadow. Oh, this is some of the music that would play in the game while you're wandering around. I remember hearing it in Greece quite a bit. Oh, well, everyone's invested in a good anti-hero Bowyer. I would say Spider-Man kinda started out with anti-hero-ish beginnings, with the whole doing things like as he, like, less pure and noble with his whole doing things for money type of thing. Always does the right thing, but at the same time looking out for the paycheck. But I don't know. Yeah, I would totally play Body Harvest on stream if I had the stuff to do it. Although when you get into streaming games, there's sort of a divide to me between streaming a game and a pure Let's Play of a game. Because Let's Plays generally just have the creator just being the one that's there and doing things themselves. Whereas with a stream, you have chat you're interacting with and stuff. Ding, ding, ding. Now this was one of the more prominent battle tracks of the game. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. The bug aliens in Body Harvest always felt more to me like what the Starship Trooper bugs should have been, because in the book, the bugs in Starship Troopers can, like, operate machinery and weaponry and stuff. Which is... the, bugs in, Body Harvest have quite a bit of technology to them at times, so... feels similar to that, rather than, the movie Starship Troopers, where they're just basically literal bugs that are just big. You sound like you got a bit of a generational story going on there, Bowyer. It's always fun to do animal people. Now we are in the indoors music of Body Harvest again. This utter ominous ambient track. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. The battle. Oh, the opacity's down to 36 on picture. I thought that it looked like a lot lighter than normal when I do these. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. And fade out. Yeah, when I was thinking up parts of the war that takes place in our time period, Body Harvest was one of the things that I was thinking of. So it probably had a bit of influence on the events of the war. Like, every area in Body Harvest ends with this battle against a giant bug. And I think that's part of, the game version that I had planned for the war would have involved fighting, like, kaiju observers, which was sort of from that idea, I think. You would play as a Meike Diabolical. Who is born in... When is he born? I think 2009. So his whole life would pretty much... He'd grow up during the war. The son of Angel Amy and Jake Diabolical. The original Diabolic Angel duo. And his sister is Jamie Diabolical. Angel Amy, Jake Diabolical, Jamie, a Meike. It's a combination of Amy and Jake, their names. Jake and Amy are not the smartest people. They have, like, they talk, like, they finish each other's sentences a lot, but they do it wrong a lot of times. But they don't notice it, so they just keep talking and getting, like, the ends of sentences wrong. It's like their minds feel like they're linked, but that it's like the linked mind is like brain damaged, like they're idiots. It just seemed like that'd be a silly way to do the soulmate type talking stuff. And I do believe, and I do hope, that this is the last of the stuff I gotta fill in. I think we might be good to start going over the lines. Let me save that. Let me see this. We got one person watching. I'll assume that's Shadow. And if not, then it's Daniel. Up, 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 go.
Boom, 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 boom. Ding, ding, ding. Go. Oh, I was just saying that I think I'm done with the blacks. Now I gotta go in and fill things the white lines. Actually, let me check. Oh my lord, that is so much stuff. Okay. Alright. Alright, Edward. Still got work to do. Zoom into 200. Get rid of that. Start going over the white. Turn the white to black, light to dark. Let the darkness overwhelm you. Become one with the contrast. I am so happy that we're getting towards the end of working on this page. This has been a ridiculous amount of stuff to color in, but it makes it look better in the end. Black always contrasts with everything. Yeah, if you ever get the chance, you should absolutely give Body Harvest a shot. Can't guarantee you'll get very far, but it is a pretty crazy game the further you get into it. Announcer's mouth, and the microphone, and the button of his outfit. Yeah, it wasn't, Body Harvest was not all that, popular of a game. Last I knew, it was one of the cheaper ones to buy. But with how prices have gotten on older games these days, I don't know if I'm of any authority to say what is and isn't cheap on the market now. I see reviews from years ago that talk about, like, classic game room reviews that talk about, like, games that are like, you can find these for, like, pennies and stuff, and when I go online now, a lot of times that is not the case. Sad state of an ever-progressing market on things that just become more sought after over time, as younger generations become curious of what came before and older generations hang on to their titles they like, and collectors collect up things that they think will make them money later. I know I have some games now that are worth hundreds of dollars. Here we go. All the coloring. Yeah, these crowd scenes really ate up the page. I figure it's probably only gonna become more frequent of an issue as it goes on in this tournament. Yeah, I'm not one that gets rid of anything. Down. Yeah, I'm not somebody that lets go of their stuff. If I like something, I keep it. I should upload some pictures. I think I've shown all the video games I have mostly on the Discord. But if not, I've got plenty of pictures. Then I got all those comics and stuff. Hopefully all the coloring in of these white lines won't take forever. The main part is just getting the things colored initially. That's what eats up the absolute most time of the process. That and the initial actual creation of the page. For the last pages, though, for the final match of the tournament, though, I've done something that I haven't normally, which is literally sit down and write out what is going to happen on the pages. Normally, I just make it as I'm drawing it and keep things in my head, but to get down everything and make sure it all goes according to how it should in the final match, I've gone ahead and written up a 5-ish or 6-page sort of, not script, but layout. It has what they say and stuff, the characters Doko and the Claw, but it also has the directions of what moves they're making and everything, how they're reacting, things like that. That might be a good thing to do at times in future comics. I imagine it's keeping things in order more as I draw that final match. I'm about halfway through drawing the match itself, I think. And it will help to give guidance to those that see the, what is supposed to happen in each issue if I end up getting more people to work on it ever. Or to give a sense of what was going to happen if the series never finishes. Release that as some All-Spark Almanac type extra at the end. I did hear that someone found initial Season 4 ideas for animated that predate what is in the All-Spark Almanac. Things that didn't get approved when making the show. I think it was going to involve more beast characters and stuff in Season 4 originally. Black Arachnia was gonna be a main villain, I think. I do also hoard some Transformers figures. I'm sure some of those could get some money at this point. Although I think many of those I left back in Iowa. They're in my old closet there. All the animateds. Yeah, I should be getting I should be getting done with acquiring the Japanese episodes of Armada soon. Subtitled. I am going to probably feel very nice to be able to stand up after this. Sitting here for 4 goddamn hours, apparently, is a bit draining after a while. Have you ever wanted to interact with any other VTubers, Shadow? This could open up the door to more VTuber possibilities. Your little picture. Set up a whole operation to animate all of them. Feelings of faithless, lost under the surf. Don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure, walking in your shoes. Every second I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. I've become so tired, so much more aware. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. 'Cause everything that we thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Every second is another mistake to you. Second like this, more than I can take. I can feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. I may end up failing too, but I know you were just like me with someone disappointed in you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. It's all I want to do, and be less like you. One of the few songs that I know I can play. On this one. And this is one I plan to animate too. The final battle of Vector Man. It's a remix someone did of the second level of the game that I plan to animate. When I asked them, they said I could use it, but that was years ago, so I don't know what their feelings are on that now. But I still plan to do it, as I plan to do with everything I think up. I love Vector Man music. It's like some rave club going on all the time in that game. If battling the evil overlord of Earth, Warhead, in a tornado. Typical robots take over after humanity, and a glitch in their leader causes him to start having Earth prepared as a weapon of death for when the humans return. I remember this track coming from what I consider the hardest Mario RPG that I was exposed to. Oh dear, all these audience members eating up my time that I could be spending actually eating. Yeah, that is the way to do it. Keep working forever. I don't know how long that's going to last. Eventually I will have to get another job here to maintain things, and then hopefully there'll be time to work on stuff like this, but it'll probably be diminished back down to how it used to be years ago. But at least I had the brief opportunity to make actual headway and get a taste of what it was like. I guess that's the end of that remix. About halfway done with the people in the stands. I wish I knew Japanese so I could understand certain streamers that stream making their stuff. Oh. Yeah, we'll put this one on. Some pulse-pounding energy to keep it going. Bow, bada bow. Ba-ba-dow. Battlefield. Fill in those shapes. I always used to think it said laughing cow at that part. I thought it would say laughing cow, stop him now. Yeah, after a while, the mind just goes blank. Working for so long, the commentary degrades into nothingness as you continue in your endeavors. Thankfully, we have music here to help out with the silence if that ever becomes an issue. Well, I know you'll probably enjoy the song afterwards, at least, also. Beat 'em now. Get it down. I believe the person that did the theme song of Dragon Ball also did the opening theme of Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for the Nintendo 64. Yeah, it's just been a steady old day, afternoon of work here. How is the weather going over where you are, Shadow? It's been pouring over here a bit. I imagine it's warmer over where you are. Well, that is Florida. The most wonderful place on the planet Earth. Would be nice to get to another planet at some point. Oh, Doko. You're just full of so much black on your design. I apologize, Mr. Creator. I cannot help the way I was made. I know, it's all my fault. But thankfully, whenever your shirt gets ripped off or taken off, it lessens the amount of black that I have to draw in. Just blue and black then, which on most pages is white and black, which requires significantly less color. Da-down, da-da-down, yet-da-down. Just get down. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bam. Da-da-da-da-ding-da-ding-ding. Da-da-da-da-ding-ding. Da-da-ding-da-ding-da-ding-ding. Da-da-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding. Ba-ding, ba-ding, ding. Ding-ding, wee-ding. Ding, 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 ding.